messages.
It specifically the end of part 2 does say in like the final credits, like Speedwagon died a virgin. Like that's they just need to say that, I guess.
Jesus.
Welcome to the game, everyone.
Stop it. He's already dead.
That's when you turned it on.
Yes. To make the
Unlike
recording
Speedwagon.
all the more memorable. Last where we left off, everyone has taken the well, not everyone, but all the players have taken the test of Noah, facing hard points in their pasts, getting to see old friends and family, many of whom are no longer with us. And for some reason or another, Sebastian has made it out of the trial with a new item in hand. But Finwith, Alexei, and Anastasia have Groundhog Day'd back to the beginning of their trials. And all that was left was the cryptic message that passion, ambition, and drive are all roads that lead to Noah. So, we start back with Vinwith. On the hilly, frozen coal mountainside on the Mirnheim mountain range, not far from your old clan campgrounds. After meeting the man who ended it all,
I think at the end of the last one, he had already left off on kind of just the sigh and the acceptance that no gods of his would do this. They would not be so cruel to the sculling again. And unsure of how long this will persist, well, with whatever spirits are god here, though they were in a prison to one of the southerner gods, so surely it must be that one. Unsure what they want, but unwilling to look the gift in the eye for nothing, again spreads his wings, and this time does not have to worry with the call. He knows where they are, and he knows what awaits.
as you take off, flying up overhead, looking out over the horizon, you see something strange. Just barely at the edge of your vision, you can see an immense darkness overtaking the horizon. Not approaching, not getting closer, but it's like at a certain point in the distance, everything just becomes dark.
The same that closed in at the end of the last bit.
Sorry, what?
The same that closed in at the end.
I mean, black is black, darkness is darkness. So, yes and no, maybe.
It wasn't really a question. There's bounds, though, I suppose. Not that there's enough time to get very far. And what would he run away from? This has all already been done. And last time he at least got an answer that he had not had before, which was who drove the snows down and buried both sides. And this is the chance to get more. After all, he's not sure how they managed to kill the dragon. he's not sure what became of Skull and Bird either. Not for sure, anyway.
Okay. So do you just head back to the clan grounds or the campsite?
He does so.
Okay. Your friend greets you again, and you guys have, or at least he has the same dialogue that he came across before.
He plays along, smoother this time, cheerier. This time he leaves no sacrifice when he's asked to go hunting. And eggs more conversation out of everyone this night.
Okay. Well,
small things that he didn't get to ask before.
Rather than coming back and being teased for your small catch, this time you come back and you're like, oh, there's our shaman bringing back such a large reindeer.
Preens and fluffs the wings and eggs on jokes and such at other people's sides this time. It did fall a little short here or there, as it goes. Looks up as much as he can fucking get.
Yeah. So do you ask any particular questions or just enjoying the memory?
No, he asked the most mundane little things. Just small stuff that would have come up over the years. Reminded of him and never got to ask. Or really good, like, really an inconsistency in someone's story, and I can't believe I never got onto them for that. I can't believe I believed that stupid shit. Small stuff. Pointless things.
So
The ones that matter the most in the end.
A montage of Finwith going around asking, laughing, telling jokes, and it's a strange situation that even though you're reliving the same day as you did before, and this has to be some kind of this entity, whatever it may be, has to want something from this. It doesn't feel like such a negative thing. This is something that you would never have gotten otherwise.
Oh, it hurts, but this is a chance that people do not get.
So unless you do otherwise, the night goes on as it did, and early before the sun rises, the members of your clan get ready and start heading for the clan grounds. You arrive, same as last time, just as the sun is rising, and you see the Doombringer calling out to his people, who rhythmically chant in return, hyping them up. And you can see the most sculling you've ever seen in one place. More than 1,000 strong.
This time, leaving aside talking with his own band or kind of feeling like an outsider this time, he forces himself to kind of wade on through. He's still not sure the bounds of how the same these people are that they should have been, what the limits of this memory are, but he's willing to test it out. So he goes asking after others, trying to find out more information about the bands, what they've been up to in the raids. Seeks out other shamans for the other scattered groups.
Somewhat difficult, as many of whom are currently being, worked up by the Doombringer, the Doombearer, and are a bit preoccupied. And the Sculling clans, well, they would come together every once in a while or work together every once in a while. It's not like they are particularly close, and so whom the shamans may or may not be, or what have you, is difficult. You can go ahead and make a persuasion or some relevant check to see if you can find these individuals in the crowd. As there are nearly 5,000. I didn't ask. I didn't ask this time. God damn it.
I don't care. I didn't have to get anything.
I said I always ask and I
out.
didn't. God damn it. But yeah, there's nearly 5,000 sculling here at this time.
Mm-hmm. Well, with my startling plus 15, at least I have some now.
At least you have some.
$94.
Not bad. Okay.
I know. I'll take the 79.
Asking around, what exactly is it that you're after?
At the moment, most of his concern is kind of more for figuring out from the bands that work more around Skull and Bird, rather than the kind of like offshoots. Trying to figure out what exactly all he can do. If he's like, just a chief, if he shaman training, how does he summon a dragon? Trying to figure out some of the kind of bigger players from back then that were at the core of it.
Okay. Of the nearly 5,000 sculling that are here, each clan of the sculling more or less are between about 50 and 100 people. Of the subsects of clans, there's about 20 that work like directly under Skull and Birds.
Yeah, even if you can't talk to someone who directly worked with him, it's kind of like the making use of everyone getting all hyped by him and about this whole thing, trying to egg him into anybody who does know something would of course be boastful to say it.
Yeah. First and foremost, Skolin Burt is from the Grimfang clan of the Sculling. It's weird because Sculling is a clan, but they have sub-clans, subgroups, but he's from the Grimfangs. A group that has been known in the past to be one of the more aggressive clans as far as raids are concerned. And of the Grim Fang, it wasn't a particularly noteworthy or powerful clan. You did get some rumors that after dealing with some Southerners, they began to rise in prominence rather quickly with better weapons. And not too long after that is when Skollenbert made a pact with one of the Devourer's children that goes by the name of made a pact with Bloodbane. whom was locked away deep within the Miranheim mountain range. Despite this pact with the dragon, Skullenbert, and under the recommendations of the elders and shamans of his clan, has not utilized Bloodbane in any raids up until this point. They don't want any of the other clans to know of its existence, nor what it's capable of. This will be the first unveiling of Bloodbane against the foolish clans that decide to go against the Skulling. And this battle here will begin the Skulling's march across Goldar to best and subdue the other clans and force them underneath the Skulling's reigns. It is also believed that after making this pact with Bloodbane, Skullenbert has become a more ferocious warrior, stronger, tougher, and fights as if possessed by some kind of demon. Beyond that, not too much is known about what he can do, as it has not been put to the tests.
Alright. Well, with information gathered in that respect, then only thing left to figure out more about Bloodbane this venture is to wait to see what kills it. As his plan this time is when things go to shit, instead of going to the peaks, he will rise up and see what brought the dragon down into the snows.
Okay. Just as the sun begins to descend from its zenith, the fight begins to take place. And the Skulling are running down the mountains through the forests to attack the combined forces of the Baldasung and Yinling. It's at this time that you take off into the sky. And do you just go and, approach the dragon?
In the midst of a fight, probably not a great idea.
Your instincts tell you that's probably a wise choice.
No, he kind of careens around and waits until either it's attacked so he can see what happens, or if something manages to get to the dragon, in which case distracting it, and then he'll come closer. But with it intent on joining the battle, he is not going to fly directly at a dragon's face.
It's probably for the best. The dragon spends the majority of its time, and now that you've gotten a somewhat better look, this is a wicked-looking dragon with scales that are a deep crimson red. It has various gnarled spikes of twisted black horns, and its eyes have almost a luminous demonic feel to them, as even at a distance you can see their glow. It spends the majority of its time spewing flame, very licked with black at the ends, and everywhere that's hit by its flaming breath, not only are those beneath it scorched, but it leaves behind a sooty-like smoke that chokes and blinds those who survive the initial blast. A very particularly nasty war machine, as is. Even more curious as to how the Skulling could have lost such a fight. Roll for me your search.
Alright, just a 3 from the owl eyes. $127.
Okay. 127. So, as you have your eyes amongst the battlefield, keeping a pretty intent watch over the dragon, it's strange to you because everything seems relatively fine. Just as the mountain peak explodes and the snow begins to careen towards everyone, the dragon ascends slightly but seems to be just viewing the battlefield before suddenly letting out a loud screech-like cry and crashing into the ground below. Nothing you saw hit it, nothing flew up to it, nothing overly seemed to affect it.
Or was Skullenbert in the fight?
Hard to say. You weren't watching him. And he was not riding upon Bloodbane, nor was he anywhere real near the dragon at the time.
Alright.
Well, as you watch over the cataclysm that...
He kind of follows it down towards the snow before it disappears. Still kind of looking, even if he sees nothing, before he could.
You do
Sweeps
see a
up
few
over the
more
snows.
things of interest. You see a massive crack form in the ground that diverts a large amount of the snow down into the earth below, as the core of the Yinling and Baltasang armies, at least, were spared from the worst of this snowstorm, or this avalanche. Granted, they still lost a good number of people to it, but there just seemed to be this supernatural division in the earth that safeguarded the core members the best you could. Looking down over them, you just see a lot of native Galdarians wearing armor and wielding weapons, though a few people do catch your attention a bit amongst their numbers that seem out of place. But before you get a deep look at them, suddenly everything goes black. We move to Alexei. Again, you find yourself scaling along the side of a mountain out in the peak of the world. Snowstorm setting in.
Kind of looking around at the strangely familiar snow around him. Kind of has a look of concern, but shakes it off and looks at the trail before him and begins marching in the way that he did before.
And similar as to before, you find the nested location within the mountain's rocks that your fellow Froscolier have taken shelter. As you come in again, they greet you the same as before.
This one a little less filled with confusion and concern, met more with like a warm greeting from him and less questioning about everything.
Okay. You all sit around the fire. Chat, just like before. The blizzard picks up and becomes denser and denser. Do you do anything differently?
When they were marching in the caves, was it like a disgust formation that they were going in with?
Not like a particular formation. Typically, it was being led by the more experienced members of the Frostcollier. You were towards the back at the time that you originally had come in. The same as with your friend, who I have forgotten the name of. It's in my notes. One second. Gotta reopen up his second Roll20 window. It is the one who survived. Stolvit? Or Stolvich?
Can I get a spelling for that? I forgot to write the name in my notes.
And something you didn't think about at the time, as everything was strange, and seeing your old comrades again. Despite your supernatural analyzer glasses, which are an obvious change from what you normally wear, no one seems to bring it up.
As far as they're concerned, it doesn't seem like I've aged a day at all.
Correct. In fact, their mannerisms treat you very much in the same way as if you were still the up-and-coming Frostcollier who had just earned the rights to go on one of the big hunts.
Interesting. Well, while they're sitting there and talking and enjoying their food, he will try to get a better understanding of their points of views of their like previous adventures before. He never really got to do that as much before they were all gone.
Well, as traditional with any monster hunters of any variety, you bring up or ask any stories, they will give you every story they got. Even if you've heard it 100 times, you will hear of the time that they went up against an Arctic chimera, the time that they went up against some strange large giants in the mountains. The time that Ceviche swears that he saw a dragon, but the damn thing flew off before he got a chance to fight it. Many of these members are very experienced Roscolier. They've been doing it for in some cases nearly 20 years, which is a very long career as a Froscolier, considering the average lifespan of anyone from this region particularly is about 53, 54 years old. So,
and that's not even doing like the scary jobs either.
Yeah. Not many Frostcolier ever grow to get gray hairs. The oldest of the members of this particular group being, in their late 30s. But many of them have extensive experience, and in fact, 2 of them have fought the Ginnagus before. A different one, of course. Not the same one. But they are believed to be sprung from the very blood of the Devourer itself. And they are pure beings of pure evil and in a ravenous hunger.
So Ginnagus is just the general term they use for the things they usually hunt here?
No, the Ginnagus is this particular creature that you fought.
Oh.
I think I called it like the Ginnagap or Ginnagapper or something like that before. But Ginnagus is what they're called.
What do they say about the ones that they did fight?
The 2 who have fought it before say that the creature is without any true form, always sprouting new limbs, teeth, claws, and wings. It fights horribly, and they said that before in the fight they had fought it, it had let out a piercing scream that deafened almost all the men they were with and caused some of them to collapse due to the sheer amount of pain that had come across doing so. But with the members that they had fought with before, they had only lost one other number in the case of its defeats.
So the way that we had went down was a lot different, or what had affected us was a lot different than
You don't
what
recall
had-
any stories of demons appearing or finding that you've slain your own men. That seems very different than what happens in their case.
Okay. Hmm.
This time they had come prepared and had brought in wax plugs to put into their ears, so its piercing howl might not incapacitate him like it did before.
But that didn't seem to work in the fight, right?
Did not seem to work, no. Ripley is too adorable.
She heard you describing combat and like fighting a big monster. She came right over.
Be happy to be able to threaten you with a sling. Have you seen the commercials for the cat backpack?
Yeah,
I
don't do a
know
bubble.
of them. My brother tried to convince me to get one of those, but I don't want to go down that path because my brother's the type of person to treat a cat like an actual like child.
What are you talking about? They're actual people.
Yeah.
I don't know if I'd ever carry my child in a bubble backpack.
I don't want, even though actually I thought about it, I think Ripley would be the type of cat to like going on walks. I'm not going to do that.
Having something he didn't have before, when he was just starting out, he's going to utilize his key detection to kind of get attuned to everybody here.
Do you have your addition?
I don't.
Unfortunately, you just detect their life forms or their life forces. You do not. You do not have the capacity to see beyond that. They all just look like pale lights.
Hmm. Fair. But besides that, he doesn't ask particularly further questions. He's trying to just get a sense of his enemy they're about to come across, and when the time comes, he'll probably position himself where the first guy got jumped to try and mitigate at least one death this time, and seeing if that changes the outcome of the battle.
Okay. So you rest that night, arising just as the sun is getting high the next day to travel across the mountains and down to those dark ruins below. You try to position yourself where the other man got attacked, but the other Foscolier rebuff you, saying they don't need any green men dying so early. Stay to the back and help where you can. You can try to make a persuasion roll to persuade them. Though you know, as being the more green member, you don't have a lot of sway amongst them.
Hmm. I have to always remember to do the accent. One second.
Borsk, Borsk, Borsk.
Ah, there's no need to worry about that. I am made of stronger stuff than you believe, and I am willing to prove myself this day.
Roll persuasion.
Let's see. That is going to be a 215.
Wow. Put it in the chat.
What kind of face character are you? This could be
That's
you,
scary.
Alex.
If you guys recall, Alexi is still pretty persuasive and everything.
What do you mean still pretty persuasive? You just rolled a 212 or 215. That's more than a little persuasive.
He's also pretty good at intimidation and all right at leadership, actually. And he has a lot of style.
With your earnestness and the desire to prove yourself, they look amongst each other and nod and they're like, all right. You can be second behind dun, 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 dun. Oh goodness, what was the name? Crap. Not Storvik, but it's the feminine sounding Russian name. Oh goodness, what is it? I cannot remember for the life of me.
Oh, it wasn't the one I thought it was. I'm pretty sure it's not anyway.
It wasn't in the top 50 names either. That's annoying. We'll call him Nikolai. Behind Nikolai, whom is the most experienced of So, switching places, you head down into the depths. Darkness there. You're on your guard though, and just as the time comes, you reflexively get yourself ready and are pounced upon by the Ginnagus, thwarting its attack and throwing it to the ground as the fight commences. Much as before, you all get it down. Do you do anything differently in the fights?
he tries his best to burn it down for when he was trying before. He actually tries to put some fatigue into it and throws back into it to try and take it down before it can scream again. But if that fails, he tries to brace himself for the scream, seeing if maybe, just maybe, he could find the will to overpower the thing that tries to take control.
As you try to burn it down even harder than before, it's hard to know whether you did more damage to a creature that, grows limbs and mutates at such a rate. It screams, the madness sets in, and you are unable to resist it as you were before. The demons come. You are unable to discern friend from foe. The slaughter happens. And again, you're left at that point where you and Storvik are looking at each other amongst the slaughter of your men, slaughtered by your own hands. And everything goes dark. So we move to Anastasia. Oh, I forgot to mention. As you were climbing through the mountains, Alexei, you did notice far off, just on the edge of the horizon, you see a darkness swallowing up the land.
Possibly foreboding.
So we go to Anastasia. You're in your room, as you were before.
Pauses for a second, looks around, a little confused. And there's no signs of anyone placing him in his room after he might have been knocked out in combat from the training bout.
No, everything looks exactly as it was when you first came here. You hear faint footsteps out in the living room.
Pauses. He has an idea as to what's going on, but he still takes a glance out the window one more time.
Same as before.
Before heading out the door, he pauses. Remembers he had been in the dungeon of Noah, in the jail of Noah.
Prison. Close.
Or the prison, but this entire living hell made by this god.
Okay.
And he tries to remember if he remembers anything else about Noah. Anything that might be useful here.
Nothing more than you learned about Noah before.
Okay.
When you last rolled.
He sighs, looks at the bedside table, recognizes a couple of the books. And he feels his heart drop down to his stomach as he realizes exactly what time frame it is. As he, from memory's sake, picks up the 2 books on weapons and techniques and just flips through the pages casually, skimming them before putting them back down on the desk.
Okay.
And he leaves the room.
As you leave the room, you see your older brother and are greeted in much the same way as before.
He keeps the conversation pretty much the same as it was before, keeping it lighthearted. And then would proceed after the conversation to instead head to the library instead of the garden to see if he can head there.
Your family has a personal library in which, you remember your mother spends a lot of time reading various tales. You remembered you and your brother, your younger brother, or your twin. It's confusing, big family. That you enjoyed the stories your mother would read to you. Oftentimes of noble Vitella standing against the darkness and living, becoming true nobles and aristocrats. A lot of Vitella books are centered around becoming truly noble and the journey that comes, oftentimes meeting humbleness, learning patience, and keeping one's temper, and learning to associate and do the dance, the political dance with the other Vitella. It's a good-sized library, though. A few hundred volumes of varying books.
He walks through, just casually brushing his fingers across the spines. And he remembers searching through the room for books on Vitella with different fighting styles. He's gonna see if he can locate those books again.
While you don't really have combat manuals for other fighting styles, you do recall a large number of stories of Vitella who fought in all series of manner and form. Always focused on grace and technique over pure power. Vitella have had a range of abilities, though. Everything from using light rapiers to the heavier, gros messier. Some used dark powers associated with blood and darkness. Even case of some using coffins as weapons. I wanted to not say it, but unfortunately, it's a picture in the book.
It is.
No, the only motherfucker who gets away with using a whole ass coffin as a weapon was that badass from D. Grayman who had this whole ass butterfly opera lady inside of it the whole damn time. Fuck, I forget his name. That's the lamest shit I've ever heard. You're sitting there starting shit with a fucking vampire and they whip out their entire coffin to bat your ass into space. This stupid motherfucker. Somebody shame the Vitella, please.
Never change Anima.
It's Anima. It's Anima in a nutshell.
I mean,
There's
if
so
you
many
think
good...
about it, it's genius in a way because it could also be used as a trapping weapon. Where you trap
you're so
entire
funny.
person into it.
Just don't give Ishtar any ideas.
Ishtar would use the coffin back. Oh, that's a great idea. I love that. Yoinks. That's back.
But yes, you do know of a lot of stories. They have a wide variety of fighting styles, and as long as the fighting style emphasizes grace and dexterity, the Vitella use it.
I don't know if either of those classify for coffins.
It is if you're stylish enough.
You think the Vitella would waste any money on giving themselves a decent coffin?
Well, the interesting thing about the Vitella coffin is it actually works like a puppet. They have various. The one from the book has like chains that like can shoot out and pierce or grab people.
Blood for the blood bed.
It's more like an Iron Maiden than a coffin, but you know, semantics.
Also, a little acupuncture for the Vitala and death for everybody else.
Alex is sitting there with his hands on his face, like, why didn't I think of that?
An Iron Maiden for a weapon. Genius. I'm
going to make
to
a key Iron Maiden.
I was trying to think, like, okay, yeah, in my head, like, use a coffin, just smash it on people. Fair enough. Oh no, it's used like a puppet. The fuck does that mean? Like,
the puppet Ars Magus, where you
that's
can...
the dumbest thing I've ever fucking heard. Just, I have a coffin. I don't fight with it. I use it as a puppet to do things for me. That's
Effective.
this fucking system.
I'm gonna make popcorn. I'll be back. Have fun.
Don't tarry. You're next.
I love and hate the system so much.
Trust me, I love the system so dearly, but when I have to introduce characters like Hellion Soulbringer, it hurts. It's like a rose. It has its thorns. It's weeby thorns.
Yeah.
But yes, you find a lot of weapons.
He takes out a couple, flips through the pages. Would Vitella books have many small bits of art in them, or is it mostly just writing?
It's almost 100% writing.
Okay. He pauses reading passages about fighting and puts them back and heaves a deep sigh as he like leans against the nearest bookshelf, trying to figure out what Trey could do, as Trey is not very dexterous, and every story depicts dexterity as the primary thing that Vitella do.
They say are gross. Technically, the gross Messier uses a more strength-based style.
Mm-hmm. Well, from watching his brother fight with the Gross Messier, he's not exactly the most nimble of people.
It's true.
He just shakes his head in frustration, not knowing what to do. And I'm pretty much, it's the same thought process across the way. The entire family uses Gross Messiers. No one really tarries from that.
Correct. It's the fighting style of your father and his brothers. Not that there might not be some thematic differences. Your brother, for instance, with his use of Umbra, more or less, incorporates it into his own fighting style. But you've not seen your uncles really fight seriously. Rosencrantz is a more or less protected city, so...
It would take a major event for him to finally see his uncles in action.
Yes.
He heaves a sigh and leaves the library rather frustrated to walk back through the gardens and head towards the training area to watch.
Alright. It plays out just as it did before.
He keeps the conversation with his brother pretty much the same. Some slight pain in his heart having to say these slightly bitter words again.
And it plays out as it did before being interrupted by your older brother.
Mhm. He would pretty much keep the fight the same way, except he would reach a hand out to his brother, but instead of focusing entirely on helping his brother up, he would keep a slight eye to wait for an opening for when his brother would charge at him. When Lauren would charge.
Okay, what is it that you seek to do?
He seeks to dodge, throw off his older brother before trying to get a hit in.
Okay, much as you did before.
Before he was helping his brother up and got kicked in the ribs and sent flying.
Oh, I'm sorry. So you went to go help your brother, but you were being wary of...
Yes.
I see.
He's preparing instead of actually helping his brother up. Still keeping the conversation the same, but to throw Lauren off and use that as an advantage in the fight.
Okay. So as you turn to, like, go help your brother, keeping your guard ready, you notice Laurentine approach. And just as you turn to try to make your counterattack, he blocks it easily, kicks you across the yard, much the same as before. Similarly scolded for not taking your eyes off your opponent.
He pauses, gets up a little slower, once more feeling the bones realign themselves a bit. Is this fight really fair for Trey? Because he doesn't seem to be adept with this weapon. Why not something else?
Anas, and you keep bringing this up. Just because our brother cannot keep up with you does not mean that he won't eventually learn. It might give him an extra century or so, but he'll learn in time. All of us Savans do.
And I will keep bringing it up until he either does become adept with it, or he's given the opportunity to try something else to see if he has more strength in that area. And I don't care if it takes me several centuries, and I have to best you in combat to prove the point. But I will. I don't like seeing my twin struggle when he has a prodigy looming over his head, as well as our sister and me. And I know I'm as much dead weight as I am a goal.
Laurentine just looks at you and sighs. Fine. If it will make you so happy, maybe we could spend a decade or so with a different weapon and see if he learns better that way. Well, I've gotten a bit of a sour taste in my mouth for practice today, so why don't we all just go inside and see if Mother has prepared anything for us to better whet our appetites.
Is Trey still on the ground?
He gets up, he looks at you, but he just seems more hurt. And he sheaths his weapon and just brushes past you somewhat aggressively, continues on to the house.
He just tightens his hand and waits until his brother's a good distance away before following.
And just as you take your first step, darkness follows you as it did before. So we go back to Finwith.
Sighs on the mountainside,
Yep.
cracks his neck, spreads his wings, takes off again.
As you take off, you notice the darkness is many miles closer than it was before. And you can see that where the darkness is, there is nothing. It's not like the world is painted black or anything. It's just a void.
Makes him pause in mid-flight. Something kind of sour, settling. It can't last forever, but it doesn't feel like he's going to escape having to relive this. It's more the feeling that it's going to be taken away, like it was before. If that's going to keep getting closer, he's going to run out of times. Not to succeed at whatever nebulous goal. Just that they'll be gone again. And if so, there is at least one thing he did not get to do, outside of not getting to learn things. And that's that last time he had wings. So he goes to camp.
You're greeted similarly as you were before.
Instead of saying no southerners, to far distance groups, larger.
Sorry, what?
Instead of saying that he didn't see southerners, see something in the distance, larger group moving, hard to tell. The allies only see so far. And this time when they go, he talks a bit more about the fight, about what's coming. And as much as everybody laughed it off the first time when he brought up, you think the clans could really come together. This time brings up the Southerners. Southerners are weak, but they scare easy. If weapons and armor, it's the reasons why we steal them. You know what Southerners would love? To bring the clans together to tear them all apart so that they can take over the North. And this time he hypes himself up a bit, because this time he intends to fight with them. And this time when the snows come down, he's going to take his mini down with him, beside his kin, before this time he does not take to the wing, as he shouldn't have before.
Okay. Moving a little fast. Let's go scene by scene, shall we? Certain choices need to be made.
Giving you the overarching plan.
I see what you mean.
Yeah.
So you bring up more concern and you try to more set serious the mood for your kinsman, correct?
Yeah.
Okay. Beyond that day, is there anything special that you do?
Beyond ditching the wings for the bear form, because he intends for tomorrow to go in full swinging force, better than he ever could have before.
Okay.
It's not necessarily that he tries to get everybody to take this super seriously, but he does try to get them to think about it a bit smarter, even if it's under the guise of, we'll show them the sculling, or, we're to be feared. We're great, even if we've been quiet in the mountains for a while. Make them shake like the Southerners do, all that type of stuff. whatever it takes to egg the people he knows into being a bit smarter about it and try to carry that momentum into the meet. Pay a bit more attention to any actual plans, if there are, beyond just the crash down the mountains and kick the shit out of them all.
Okay. That night, you have a dream. Or an omen. You find yourself in your father's hut. The one in which he would take time to meditate and contemplate what it is to be a shaman. It's small, doesn't house much more than a couple people and some objects. But inside you find that beyond the reach of the small fire that he kept there, there's nothing but darkness. And before you, your father, mostly in profile, sits. You can see his face and down his body, but above that becomes heavily shadowed. As he shoves through the coals and adjusts the fire, his voice rings out, and it's something that you haven't heard in a long time. Even longer than it feels hearing the voices of your other kinsmen. Finwith. What does it mean to be a shaman?
Kind of plucks a bit of furs on him before he seems different for everyone. But we know things about, the spirits in the world that others don't or can't. And so it's our job to guide them how we can. How chiefs can't.
Well, many shamans have their own ways. What a shaman does is always the same. We guard the spirit of our people. Through wisdom, through communion with the spirits. The chief looks out for the safety, health of those around. He decides when we go to war, when we hunt, when someone needs to leave the village. So, why is the shaman the second most important job?
Kind of struggles in the moment. as old as it feels to be back to this kind of thing, it feels even older getting talked to and asked after questions like this. Makes him feel a lot younger than he's been in a long time. And not necessarily in a good way either. He goes to answer a couple times before he finally just shakes his head and just... I'm not as wise as you. I didn't get the chance to be as wise as you, and then they're gone. It's already too late to watch out for them.
He lets out a long sigh. If the shaman loses faith, they are no longer a shaman. It's not about what you know. To be a shaman is to look after the spirit of our people. When they get sick, we learn how to make them better. When the chief strays from the path of honor, we remind him what it means to be honorable. When our people fight, we guide them to the afterlife. The shaman is the spirit of the people. You are important, but always come last. You must always have a say, even though no one listens. But most importantly, you must know before anyone else knows. You worry too much about what you can do and what you can't do. What has happened, what will happen. You must ask yourself, what is it you must know? This is your trial, Finwith. This dark spirit asks you what you want. But your father does not know. tend to your own spirit first, or you will not be a shaman any longer. With that final phrase, the fire dies. Slowly, you see that the visible parts of his body begin to descend or ascend, I guess, into darkness until it goes out. And the next thing you know, your eyes are closed, only to be opened to the morning before you march out.
He spends a lot of the walk more quiet than the times before. When spoken to, though, he falls back into it easy, but not in the same forced immersion. He spins the way to the beat, turning over his father's words again and again and again. He was never very good at this. Never with riddles and facing difficult things head on. Fights are one thing, those are very easy. Either you win or you lose. Either way, you walk away having learned something. If you survive, and if you die, then I guess it doesn't matter anymore. But things like this are different. Even when told that there's not a wrong answer, it's still easy to feel like all of them are. But this is ending. And even if it wasn't, faced with his father, he doesn't think he'd be very proud to know he was hiding in a memory. It's not fair to the people lost. And it's not fair to do to himself.
You arrive at the clan grounds to hear Skolenbert calling out to his people, them rallying around yet again. You have time before the battle starts. What do you do?
He's not sure he cares about the trial of some other dark god. He does care about his father's opinion, whether he's... Well, no reason to doubt a spirit when it comes. But if this is limited, then he has to do this at least for himself. He escaped the avalanche, but he's carried it with him for a very long time. Maybe if he rides it out all the way, he'll finally leave it behind. After all, the Sculling are still out there, even if they're not all his. Doesn't know what they're doing. And even without Sculling, he's still found other people, even if he's not their shaman. He can't carry around the ghosts of the dead and himself both. So at the meet, he listens to the plans, drops the joking some. Knows that there's no real change to whatever happens at the peaks or with the dragon isn't. It's not something that can be changed. But what can happen is that he can see it through. So he'll bring up the potential of other groups joining. Pay attention this time to the plans. And when the battle starts, this time he's up, flies off. Stays with them.
You do the best that you can. You fight hard, using your skills, guarding your kinsmen, doing what you can, knowing that the inevitable is coming. You don't treat this battle as something to just give up on. You fight hard. And those Yinling, Balasung, and Thurzung clan members seem powerless against your desire to protect your clansmen. And you hear the avalanche. And while some around you look, you do not take your eyes away from the battlefield.
He turns to the Kongsbjorn form and carries on.
And as you do so, you crash through the men, fighting despite seeing an ever-growing shadow at your feet. And even in your mighty Kongsbjorn form, you're overtaken by a wave of snow, ice, and rock.
Somewhere in their scales.
Somewhere in their scales. It is not pleasant. You feel your body twisted, thrown around. Ice hitting you at a high speed, stinging your eyes and any fleshy bits that are vulnerable. You feel massive boulders crack and break your bones. You feel yourself begin to lose air as the world around you becomes dark. Before suddenly, involuntarily you take in a deep breath. Fresh air. Your hands feels wind against it. Digging yourself out of the snow you see around you. The pure destruction and desolation of the avalanche. But you feel something as your hand grasps around a loose object in the snow. Strange. This belonged to your father. What did you find? It can be some kind of shamanistic fetish, an old weapon, armor. Something that belonged to your father, though.
It's the odd handle, hilt, and pommel of a weapon. It would have had a, I suppose, handle alone. It would have once had an axe head on it. Did, when Galen fought in his challenge. and did most of his life too. But it's a odd piece of wood. The grain curls in and on itself, these weaving patterns. Natural, but eerily mirroring one another. His father always said that it was a good channel. Perhaps should have been made into something else, but it was good on an axe. Sturdy. Made a statement.
What does this mean to Finwith?
To Finwith, before, it was kind of it wasn't a silly trinket by any means. Anything a shaman uses can have intent. It has some type of weight, even if he doesn't always understand. It was one of his father's many. But that one had always stuck as something to kind of get lost in. It didn't make sense. But his father always acted as if it was a clear picture, as if there was something to read in the handle of it in the way that the odd wood roots kind of interwove. Like it had some type of wisdom in it.
Okay.
Father could pull stories for anything out of anywhere. Though I've always wondered if he was making them up or not.
All right. So, this broken axe handle curves, somewhat decorated loosely, feathers tied tightly around some twine, looped around a notch in the very pommel. Is known as the Pathfinder's walking stick. Once per day, you can focus on the stick and you gain a score of 100 in a particular knowledge-related ability. In where you can channel the knowledge and speak it aloud. Though, once you stop focusing on it, you forget everything that you just learned. An item to be used and held in a group of friends, or those at least who pay attention. And as mentioned, it is a plus 100 in a chosen knowledge related ability. So if you have like some, it adds to it. So that you may always know and spread wisdom. And 8 hours after Sebastian had walked out of the darkness, Finwith walks out of an empty room.
You see Sebastian a bit farther back. He's within sight of the door, as he's just sitting somewhere farther away from everybody else. Like making sure that they're not near him, as he kind of just looks up, seems deep in contemplation. A small box just on the bridge below. Makes eye contact with you. Just looks back down to the box.
Looks down at his hands. See a piece of.
You have the Pathfinder's walking stick. Ken notices you in a half drowsy state, as seemingly the bag carriers Hellion, Sigfrida, and Ken had set up a camp not far from the doors. He comes out. Whoa. Everything okay? You just kind of appeared.
Kind of shrugs. Will be. You walk through the black.
No.
Maybe you don't.
Yeah, I'm getting that.
Shouldn't have insulted their weird god, maybe.
He looks confused.
He just kind of pats him on the shoulder. Looks for the rest.
No one else is there? Not yet.
Is Kitwana still gone too?
Kitwana's still gone.
Oof. So he kind of
And as you look
turns Ken
behind you,
around.
there's no darkness there, but an empty stone room. That leads to another set of doors.
Yeah, he kind of just wheels Ken around by his shoulder and kind of moves him back into the group before he drops it. It's closer to Sebastian. Just flumps down.
So we go to Alexei up in the mountains. Blizzard setting in. Painfully familiar at this point.
As there's like a just smooth exhale of annoyance, I guess this is what it would be, as the heat from his breath kind of trails down from his nose. He begins his walk again.
As you walk through the blizzard, you notice that despite not having a large range of view due to the snow, it's darker, despite it being daytime.
The pang of concern he had before kind of becomes all the more real. As what he assumes is that there's a limited amount of chances for this, and it's less infinite than he thought. He continues walking, but this time when he comes up to the hut, he kind of stops. And thinks to himself about how this particular day kind of launched his want to be the greatest hero, the greatest Frostcollier that he could be. And while having them by his side when he was much younger was comforting, he can't help but feel he's a lot stronger than he used to be, and continues past the hut towards their destination.
You do so. It is quite a distance, though, and the snow begins to come ever more. Do you have any kind of environmental protections?
I do, actually. The fun part of my starting things was I have a heavy waterproof blanket, which is kind of nice. He does have snowshoes. He does have
But no abilities against extreme conditions.
let me double check. I don't believe so immediately.
Should have called an
Nah.
Arctic Chimera.
I didn't have enough or when I first made the character, I didn't have enough for elemental immunity cold. So
Okay. I need you to make a physical resistance check as it begins to grow dark, and the blizzard does not let up.
all right. Would athleticism help with this at all as well, or no?
No.
Okay.
You are being frozen to death. Stop that.
That's 175.
Okay, type it in the chat. Gotta say, that's a really solid physical resistance.
Yeah,
What'd you roll?
I rolled 100 on the dot.
Oh,
Damn.
well then. I was about to say,
Eat
like,
shit, Snow.
that seemed like almost an impossible number. Almost.
Almost.
Yeah, because you sadly can't open roll on that.
You can't open roll on that, no.
I picked it up out of habit, and I was like, nope, I can't do that. Dropped it.
Yeah, 75. What's your con?
I have a con of 10.
Oh, wow. That would be the reason why.
Yep.
Pretty solid.
It's a lot of con.
Difference.
That's a lot of Lexi.
Yeah, it's a big boy. Anyway, serious mode. So determines to come across this threat yourself and to you feel like this is the only way that you can do this to save all your comrades and what have you. You're blinded by the snow. It is dark out. But you're fighting every step of the way. You think you remember the course, and you trudge ever forward into the darkness, unrelenting. You begin making your way down a familiar feeling valley towards what must assuredly be, or at least you hope, the ruins down below. Suddenly, though, you trip on something. and crash deep into the snow. Regaining your balance and composure and standing upright, you feel for whatever it is that could have caused you to trip. And you're impressed as you stumbled across some form of arms or armor in the snow. Tell me, what do you find? While you think about that, I'm going to use the restroom real quick. Decide what you would like to find mysteriously in the snow.
No pressure.
The orb of summoning is probably a little too much, right?
Maybe just a bit.
No, you're not allowed. No more. I never want to see that orb again.
Oh,
Unless
man.
I'm playing a David that can whip shit out of it.
You know what is very personal to my character? Like, that, like, dragon axe that Astrid had, you know?
Yeah,
Nice.
I pulled drunk smog
Yeah.
out of the snow.
That was pretty personal to my character, I'd say.
Oh man, I don't know if it's particularly personal to Mike either, but it's like this crazy sword of heroes with like black blood attached to it.
Oh, yeah, that would be super helpful, wouldn't it be?
I'm just kidding.
You know, I fully expect sometime down the line, I feel like one of my characters is going to get the Sword of Heroes.
That'd be fantastic.
Feel like it. And I'm terrified for when that happens. Fucking emotional, like, wait, I'm going to have to deal with that.
Hey, don't ever make somebody who's gonna make a pact with a familiar, because if Cameron makes it your own fucking best friend. Just to be a dick.
Yes, you make your own familiar pact. Guess who it is?
I would definitely agree, though, that the sword is worse.
Yeah.
Fucking, hey, Alex, this character you have, how would you like this mysterious hero's sword covered in black ichor?
It's like, with that, it's my options are a very emotionally heavy sword, or I have to listen to Cameron do an impression of me for a campaign. So
Miserable. Hey, you would know what it's like to play with you.
yeah, then I'd get some empathy maybe. I still find it funny that immediately when Cameron had to do an impression of me, the first thing he said was sick, because that's pretty fair. I say that a lot.
He also just immediately fucking insults people.
Yes. Type like
Garbage is great. So, Devin.
All
Not
memes
like that.
aside.
We were talking about how like deeply personal and great for his character it'd be if there's pulls out Droxmog.
I would say he would probably find, as with his goal, he would find a rather impressive weapon of the Frost Collier. I think he would find a bastard sword.
Good thing I have this prepared.
You just pull out Daedalus again, and you're like, "Fuck,
The
got
Daedalus.
this useless. There's only one party this would be less useful in than the other one." It's like, oh, this one. Hey, let's hand this to our wizard. But I don't know what to do with that. Hit people with it? I don't like swords.
Hello, mysterious spellcaster I meet from another party. Would you like to dual wield? Here you go.
Phil places his hand on that talking sword and like, nope, not messing with that spirit.
What do you
No, fuck the
mean?
spirits. You got your mind?
What do you mean? Fenwith would always have a friend that can't run away.
No, not with spirits. You're not holding a spirit hostage. You're getting out of your mind. Bad juju. Bad juju.
What if the spirit?
This is like a cat.
What if the spirit? It's obviously like some haunted, cursed item. However, the spirit inside of it's so nice to fin with. Gives him a lot of attention.
Well, the thing is that Fenwick believes like that there are definitely evil spirits, but not in the way that people are evil. Like spirits are like their own fucking tier, and even if they're evil, you don't fucking insult them. You don't start shit with spirits. They'll fuck you up in the worst ways. So he would be very polite to the spirit and also be happy that it's being nice to him, but also not trust that.
It's fair. I'm wondering where, what level of like Finwith is it? Like the superstition gives way to that need for someone to talk to,
Oh, it would be both. He'd still be
vice versa.
hellaciously superstitious about it.
Could you imagine a like intelligent weapon that just causes cataclysmic catastrophes, but it's like, I'm really sorry. They just kind of made me this way, though.
like really
I-
apologetic
Oops.
about it.
I didn't mean to tear down the entire city.
I loved that city. The vistas were beautiful. They made great sweet rolls.
I don't mean to eat the souls of all those I kill. It's an accident.
I keep trying to throw them up, but it doesn't work.
It's really hard to gag when you're a sword.
I kind of want to make that a magic item now.
My blade
Like,
is
so
so
much fun.
dirty.
The cursed as fuck evil sword that is really apologetic about it.
You're in the middle of like cleaning the sword, and the sword's just like, it doesn't matter. All the blood stains of the people I've killed will never go away.
Fucking therapy for your sword.
God, yeah.
I can't help it. I have to serve the Shadow Lord.
Oh, you killed him? Oh, that's nice. Maybe I'll slay less people. Oh, really? You're gonna use me against that Oh, okay.
I see. Perhaps this is my punishment. Further suffering.
That would be so funny.
Get to the bottom of the prison of Noah. Leave me here. I don't deserve to go above again. Leave me behind,
It's where I
please.
belong.
All the lives I've taken.
1,000 years jail. Sobs.
So, if you're ready.
Curious, right?
Sorry,
Yeah.
the book was very laggy, and I had to find the proper item.
Anima.
Yeah.
Well, PDFs.
No, I meant about like the shenanigans in between.
Oh, that's fair.
The sword is called the Frista. The sword of the first Svostkollier. Which, if you couldn't tell, the word Frista is the word frost
No.
in Icelandic, but still. This is a plus 15 bastard sword.
Christ.
Oh, damn.
Its secondary attack type is cold. So not its primary, the secondary is still need to have the penalty for attacking with it. As such. While wielding the Frista, its bearer is immune to natural cold, and if you're attacked by a magical source of cold, the bearer gains an immunity against 10 intensities of cold, which subtracts 50 from the base of all cold base attacks, and adds 50 to your resistance checks.
Damn. I assume there's going to be like a clip of this, or should I type all this down?
Yeah, I can clip this. 1 second. Let's see. The weapon has the Giant Killer property. Its base damage becomes 200 when fighting any enemies of huge size or larger.
Jesus.
Oh, Jesus.
Don't hit Finn with please when he should. Oh man, Anastasia, what are you gonna get?
Bold of you to assume he eventually gets out of this.
Time's ticking.
Sorry, I'm kind of hodgepodging a weapon together for this. A little, not really. It's mostly all in one weapon. I'm just debating whether some of these features I want to add or not.
Fair.
So you will have to write it down because you're gonna have to make some changes.
Ooh. Okay. Uh, it also has an ability called the Edge of Dawn. When the wielder of the Freesta is severely injured, when at least your hit points are at least 1/3 or less of your total hit points, it grants you the ability to spend a single point of fatigue to get a special plus 50 bonus to the next attack.
Holy
This
crap.
ability can only be used once per attack.
Fair.
I will give you the clips. And ignore when it says nothing. That was not your weapon.
Frista just has a twin sibling out there somewhere.
Well, coincidentally, the nothing is a paired weapon with a different weapon. Fun fact.
Yeah, there's like these really cool weapons that aren't. They're more like you need to have both of them on your person to get like benefits from the other. It's really interesting. Some of them aren't. You couldn't reliably wield them both at the same time.
Ooh, I love playing Weapon Matchmaker. Need to get Droxmog a girlfriend.
Here's the first part.
And I'd say you should be scared when you have to use the giant killer thing, but fuck that. That's gonna be fun as hell.
Seems very appropriate for the Frost Collier.
Finwith doesn't like weapons, but he'll give your sword an appreciative nod.
And coincidentally, there is an actual image for this weapon.
Neat. Has like a very icicle / like almost
Looks like-
ocean like
Kind of like a stall room weapon.
It reminds me of Damascus steel a lot.
A bit, yeah.
So, legendary weapon in hands, you go down into the dark pits. You tell us, how does the fight with the Ginnagus go?
It's a little weird at first fighting a creature as a frost color by yourself. Usually you're used to relying on others, but he kind of takes a lot of what he learned from fighting Finwith, as Finwith is the closest to a large creature that he's ever fought single-handedly. Kind of understanding the more chaotic nature of this creature after having faced it twice now. Finwith attacks this thing, but it's less of a rush. It's more of trying to take this creature down, but also defending it from blows, and with a lighter weapon that has actually become easier as he still gets some scrapes and bruises, but ultimately he bisects this creature and continues stabbing just to make sure that this thing is truly dead.
During the fights, you hear the ear-piercing cry, and despite falling to the madness, there's nothing else here to become a demon but the creature itself. Taking the challenge on by yourself seemed to be the most effective method, as you go in, bisect the creature, hacking off any remaining limbs, as the thing, while in its death throes, still undulates from every inch of it, every finger, every fiber, even some of the organs seeming to writhe and fight the concept of death. Eventually, it stops. The room grows eerily quiet, as all you can hear is the sound of your breath as you heave in and out, exhausted but triumphant.
His breath's being heavied. He pauses for a moment, 2 moments, 3 moments, and then raising his blade, he kind of lets out a victorious roar. Having, for all intents and purposes, conquered a monster by himself that he wasn't able to do with veterans beforehand.
And as you turn around to check your surroundings after that cheer, you find yourself in a stone room. Not too much longer, maybe 10 minutes or so after Finwith had arrived. As we're no longer cold.
He kind of looks around and like sees everybody. He's like,
You turn to see Finn with already kind of like small wave.
Sebastian looks up at you again, makes eye contact, looks back down.
Oh, finally made it out of there. How did you all fare? Clearly you made it here, but who else? And he walks out of the room.
Still
And-
waiting on Anastasia and Kidwana.
Hmm. Well, I'm sure they'll make it. They're both very strong and capable warriors. He walks over and he just kind of slumps next to Finwith and just lets out a sigh.
Is that yours then? Just a bite?
It was a very old fight from my past.
Ken's like, what happens in there?
You seem to live an event over and over again until you face it a certain way.
Over and over again.
Kind of looks over at Sebastian, confused, then to Alexei and back to him. And, yeah. Yes, 3 times.
I did mine once.
Good for you.
So we jump to Anastasia. And you appear once more in your room. Familiar footsteps out your door.
He slumps, sitting down on the bed, and running a hand through his hair. He sits and contemplates for a minute. Remembering everything he's done up until now and what life was like at home. As much as he loves his family, this is their own personal fight. And as much as he tried to vouch for it, he only seemed to make things worse. So, he doesn't repeat the memory. Instead, he takes the books off his bedside table, returns them to the library. Doesn't say anything to his brother, just keeps walking.
Oh, Anas. What's gotten into you?
Nothing that hasn't before. And he just turns and keeps walking.
Where do you go?
He heads to the library. He's just going to return the books from where he borrowed them.
Okay. You do so.
And then returns to his room. Stands and contemplates in his room for a bit after shutting the door. He has no idea how far this memory goes. But this family has fights of its own, and they're not his. And he has grown so much after leaving the family. He's going to try and throw some things together, and then leave. If death seeks him outside that door in that darkness, he'll take it in every stride. But he's not going to keep living this memory over and over again.
As a correction, you have not seen the darkness.
No, he has not, but he doesn't know how far this memory goes. So if there's death waiting outside the front door for him, because that who knows how far the memory is, he'll still go for it. He has not seen any darkness whatsoever, but he does not wish to repeat this cycle anymore.
You do so. Packing your things. Do you sneak out?
Yes.
Okay. It's not overly hard to do. The nobles' quarter of Rosencrantz is ever sparsely populated. Everyone always seems preoccupied by their own things. You leave out through the gates and you can see the town of people doing well. And just on the edge of town you see darkness, unlike any darkness you've ever seen.
He goes and examines it.
You walk through the town. The various peasants who notice you stand in awe, as it's very rare that anyone ever comes from the noble's quarter, and even more rare having them so armored. So you get to the very edge of the town and you can see before you a void of darkness so deep that you feel that if you stepped forward you would fall in.
Upon seeing the darkness, he pauses. He pauses, takes one look back toward the noble quarters. Before muttering to himself, I choose to grow on my own, not in a cultivated garden. And he walks into the darkness.
You step forward, not knowing what to expect, and being surprised and unsurprised simultaneously. As you step into the void, and it causes you to go spiraling, careening down as you had stepped off a cliff. The darkness seems to wrap around you like a vortex. And as if you had stood up too quickly and needed a moment to regain your bearings, your vision clears, and you're back in your room again. This time, the sky is pitch black. What do you do?
Well, if his journey ends here, I might as well end it. Right. He kind of slumps back thinking, great, this is where I'm gonna die. But if I'm gonna die, might as well do it with honor. And he challenges, goes out to the living room, goes through the greetings as normal, and he challenges Lauren to a duel. But he's not going to fight like normal. He is going to throw everything he's got into it, including his shadow.
Okay. You challenge Laurentiev. He looks at you. Everything okay? You look stressed.
Nothing a little combat won't get rid of.
He looks you over. Nope. Don't feel like it.
Very well then. And he walks out the door, into the backyard, to the training yard.
Hey, Anas. Hey. Laurentiev kind of turns around the corner and makes his way out to you. Hey. Something the matter? Talk to me, we're family.
I'm frustrated by feeling like I will never progress far.
Anastasia Serban. Working so hard, impressing your uncles, feels like he won't go far.
Well, there's not much further to advance as far as family goes. You're pretty much guaranteed head of the family, so what's left for me? To sit and wait to train the next generation? To sit inside walls waiting for something to happen?
I see. And he turns and he walks over to like a stone bench and sits down and pats it for you.
Reluctantly follows, sits down.
It's hard. I get it. When you have such a stunning, handsome older brother who's going to inherit the family away from you. It's a hard act to follow up.
What do you mean inherit away? Was never mine to take.
You know what I mean. You know what? I go by my looks, not my intelligence. Leave my language alone.
Nope. You're the star of the family. Everything is scrutinized. Just like everything Trey and I do is scrutinized.
It's true. It's true. And you know, that's rough. I feel like it's no matter what I do, no matter how I succeed, it just seems to raise the bar for you two. And our sister. So I've tried my best to cut loose, hang back, not take things so seriously. Maybe if I just stop achieving so many things, our family will go easy on you guys. Doesn't seem to work though. If anything, they just keep pushing you to go better than what I've done. Gotta say, already heartless by your age, though. He says in a somewhat gloating fashion. Tell me. What do you want?
It's hard to put in words.
Well, try. Your big brother's taking time out of his busy schedule to help you with your issues. The least you can do is humor him.
A busy schedule of babysitting?
Yeah. Who told you?
Sister was talking.
Oh, yeah. She's been itching for it, and now she's there watching the wayward son of our great Lord Rosencrantz. Yeah, it's rough. It feels like there's not a lot to do around here. I mean, the crow's barrier keeps most of the nasty stuff from getting too close to town. The only thing we have to worry about every once in a while is the odd, human monster slayer who wants to come and prove a name, free this town from the horrible misfortunes of having a bunch of blue bloods run it.
But I want us to be like the stories Mother read to us growing up when we were little. Vitelli who achieve wonderful things, great achievements, fight wonderful battles. The only battle I'll find in this city is with the Amoros, and that's only if they step out of line.
Yeah. Kinda wish they would sometimes. So, little Anas wants to be a storybook hero, huh?
Something wrong with that, Prodigy?
I do sound like a protagonist for a book, don't I?
Looks alone, yes. Intelligence, maybe not.
Good thing books are about what people do, not what they think, huh?
Hmm. I would like to be able to grow beyond what this family can teach me.
Okay. So what? Century or two off, wandering around the forests of Moth, fighting demons, monsters. What ends?
Physically get stronger. Go until I can't anymore. If I gain a reputation, I get one. I'm not too concerned with that.
Okay, now I'm confused. Do you want to be a hero, or do you just want to be stronger?
Yes.
Apparently, intelligence is well inherited in this family.
Fighting demons, maybe. Maybe I'll end up somewhere past the borders of Moth. Who knows?
So that's what you really want?
I do.
And after that? Do you want to die out there?
No. Come home when the time is right. Maybe if the family accepts me back then, if y'all haven't forgotten me. Maybe settle down with a family. Maybe. Still haven't figured that part out yet.
So you want an adventure, pretty much, huh?
Yes.
He looks you over. You look like a patella. But you keep thinking like the humans do. Like they have to prove themselves in their lives to make it worthwhile. But ambition will get you anywhere if you try hard enough. My sister's proof of that, no matter how much our family tries to call her.
Was that ambition or stubbornness?
I think they can be one and the same a lot of times. You know, you're pretty skilled in us. Talented. But you spend too much time worrying about everyone around you, what the family thinks. What happens to Trey?
That's maybe another reason I want an adventure. To get away from it so I can clear my head. Living inside a city where there's nothing to do. There's nothing to do but worry about family.
Okay. Your brother has heard you loud and clear. And so, he stands up. I'm gonna make you even more jealous by being your hero today, brother.
How are you gonna do that?
By giving you what you want. But first, before we talk about anything more, follow me.
He does.
He escorts you not to the house, not to the training grounds, but to the family's mausoleum. Leading you down into the mausoleum, you go to the Grand Crypt, where many of your past family members lie in torpor. And there at the center is a large statue of Vitella, wielding a gross mazier, who you know as your great ancestor, Sebastian Serban.
Alex, stop. This is serious.
Sorry.
I mean, I was already seeing gun flashes flash over his face earlier. But he takes his arm, pulls his sleeve up, bites into his wrist, and drops it at the base of the statue. The statue begins to move, the pedestal sliding across the ground, revealing a stairwell that leads down further below.
I had no knowledge that something like this existed in
You
the
have
mausoleum.
no idea.
He follows.
He leads you down deeper and deeper. Once I beat Dad in our first duel, he brought me here. Sure as ever that I was going to take the family name and truly bring it to a new age of nobledom and blah 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 blah. Once he gets down to the basement, and you see like a single casket or coffer in a circular room, probably about 80 feet down below. He says, "Sangus," and lights burst aflame in the room, cutting this room in a crimson red. Tell me, Anas, what makes a knight?
Besides the appearance,
Besides their face, what makes a knight?
devotion to duty, loyalty, honor.
Wrong. Though, how poetic of you. You truly are Vitella through and through. No, a knight is, in its purest form, someone who dedicates their life to the protection of those who have more worth in their life than theirs. He goes over to an alcove, and there's a box. And he opens the box and retrieves from it a black ring. I think as time goes on, family lines forget what we're here for. It's just as you said, it's an honor to protect those who we are pledged to defend. And it's our duty to, even if necessary, throw our lives away to do so. But our father and our uncles and our sister and eventually you too. Have forgotten that it's about protecting what matters most. I don't know if you're ever going to be able to use this ring, but if you do, I hope you use it to protect those who matter to you. He goes over and he hands you the ring.
Sassy examines it.
It's a glossy, almost glass-like black ring. And on it is a shield embossed with what appears to be a gross messier imprinted upon the shield. That is the family's head ring for the Serban family. Only the family head can wear it. But the future family head has decided that he is too cool for that ring. So if you're so worried about me taking the family head, the least I can do is bestow upon my brother the family ring so that he can wear it and remember how much cooler I am than he is. If you don't want to be a knight any longer, bring the ring to me. I'll take it back. But if you ever learn what it truly means to be a knight, to have the desire, passion, and drive to protect those who matter most to you, well, then I think the ring is in the right hands. He comes over to you, places his hands around your head, and kisses your forehead. As head of the Serban family, I give you permission to leave. And if Dad has any problems with it, he can fight me. Still, I don't know if that ring will actually work for you. But I hope the spirit of the family will at least watch over you. Also, just a hint from the storybooks that they don't really tell you. Get some human friends.
Why?
You need to eat.
Fair.
They don't ever mention that in the books, you know. Or they take these grand journeys and they, feed on birds or animals or something? Savages. No, I'm sure many of those heroes in those books had their own human compatriots. Or slaves, depending. I recommend being more friendly with them because then it makes the blood taste better.
Okay.
The humans have an expression, what is it? Meals cooked with love taste best. I think the same strangely applies to their blood. They like you. Maybe it just tastes better.
Maybe. If that were the case, the Amoros would be dead by now from how much blood poisoning they'd be getting from their meals.
Garbage people eat garbage things. Now
Thank
go. Don't let Dad see you or Mom. Dad I can take. I don't know about Mom, though.
Yeah, you can at least hold your own.
I don't know. The woman who raised you knows too many things about you.
Fair enough. Thank you.
What can I say? I'm a bleeding heart for my family.
Just shakes his head and starts to walk out the crypt.
As you turn to walk out of the crypt, you find yourself standing in a stone room, ring in hand, looking at Finwith and Alexi.
And looks back down to the ring in his hand.
The ring you hold in your hands is the Serban family head ring. Whilst your friends cast shadows, you will always be nearby. You can
Do that solo leveling shit.
kind of, only it's more Bofuri actually.
Okay, even better. No mechas though. I swear to God, if you throw a mecha at us, I'm gonna be. Oh wait,
Yeah.
Sebastian has a box.
Yeah.
Fuck. Carry on.
Make a power check with a DC of 12. Anytime you wish to guard an ally from a blow. Upon success, you fall into your shadow and leap from theirs, taking the blow instead. This ring also gives your shadow an additional attack every round. An extra additional attack, I should say. Or a free attack.
Just slowly walks out of the room. A little shaky. Goes to join everyone in the camp.
Hey, Anastasia, you made it! About
Just-
how long after me?
4 hours.
He just waves at you before sitting down, taking off his helmet, and just running a hand through his hair.
We were taking bets on how long it would take if we threw Soulbringer through the door.
Depending what I saw in there, who knows?
Well, Sebastian said it had been, what, like, how long?
Let's see. So it was 8 hours when Finwith got out. And then 4 hours when Alexi got out. Am I safe to assume each reset is about 4 hours?
How dare you?
Correct.
I got out in 8 hours and 10 minutes.
What was that?
Yeah, it was 10 minutes after Finwith.
Oh,
Yeah, 10 minutes after Finwith.
Sebastian gives the total amount of time you've been gone.
Wait. But before you showed up, how long were they waiting?
4 hours.
4 hours.
Alright. Owen's gonna be pissed.
I assume he's not going to be happy about any of this. He took quite a long diversion.
Not that we have much choice.
No.
Alexei kind of like grows concerned a little bit as he realizes Kiwana still hasn't made it out yet.
Pinwheel's only been a little bit whiny about, so I'm worrying about the two still gone.
Two still gone.
Well, until Anastasia showed up.
Oh, I see. Hallian's like, well, seems that you guys cleared the door, whatever it is. So, do you guys want to go and continue on? Or should we turn back?
You still see the black?
Disappeared after that first guy went through.
Huh.
My wager, you passed whatever trial and gained access to the rest of the prison.
Does that mean you're not allowed to go?
No.
If you don't see a black to pass through.
Well, let's see. Hallian walks into the room. Seems completely fine.
Then we definitely cleared this trial of determination.
What?
He points at the writing above the door.
To those who pass the trial, passion, determination, ambition, on the roads that lead to Noah.
That would make a lot of sense, actually.
Somewhat, yes.
Just out of curiosity, how close was the darkness to the rest of you?
Sky was black.
I mean, besides when it came in, closer at the ends, a couple miles.
I did not see the limits. I only saw the darkness when I completed the trial.
Yes, as you like to boast about every 5 minutes. We understand.
Apologies if it sounds like I am boasting.
There's really no funny bone in your entire body, is there?
I mean, I'm sure if he hit his elbow, it would do it, but he might do the thing where he throws you with his brain. What with the whole touching thing?
I could take it.
Kind of just looks back to the door. Well, we're not gonna go back or keep going without Kitwania. I mean, waited for all of us.
That's gonna depend on how long we wait. Because we only have so many rations.
I wish to wait for the rest of you before deciding, as my allegiances lie with you, not Kinwana.
Alright, guys. You gotta decide. If you want to keep going or go back. It's getting late. We've been waiting here for a long time.
Sebastian gives the exact time again.
Thank you. About 16 hours or so. We can rest for the nights or day. But we're moving in the morning or evening. So make a choice. You guys are only hired to beat the Gate Guardian, but you've already beaten another challenge, it appears. I don't think Illuminae would be angry if you guys decide to go back. But she definitely won't be angry if you decide to keep going.
You don't think we have to do any more of those weird trials? He looks at everybody, but he mostly just looks at Sebastian.
It's very possible.
Yeah, but like the same type.
I hope not.
You all had a goal you had to take over, right?
He kind of just gestures for a moment where he drops his hands with a shrug. And wasn't that easy. You said you were fighting something, right? Did you just have to win?
No. Mine had to do with my first hunt, actually. A lot of brave Foscolier lost their lives that day. It was me and one other. It would appear that I had to go out of my way to kill the thing without relying on the rest of the Frostcolier. It would appear.
There was no win in mine.
How did
And
yours
I'm
go?
not- We just kind of. It's a smile, but it's more a slight baring of teeth as he just kind of. I'm pretty impressive in a fight, but I'm not an army. Even armies can't fight mountains. Lived though in the end. Same as last time.
So you fought a whole mountain? Impressive.
Yeah. Avalanche. Lost too. That wasn't the point. Then immediately like stretches out one leg to like kick it on Anastasia. He says, "And you?" Baton passes aggressively.
He looks really exhausted. It's reliving a painful memory. And finally, speaking up. Even if what they heard in there was not the same as what they heard in the waking world. It just looks at the ring. Also really hope this is not a duplicate, or my brother's gonna kill me.
And then they all look at Sebastian.
Please tell us about your easy trial.
Sebastian, you all look at him. There is a flash of emotions behind his eyes as it is doing he is currently in a very powerful mental battle with himself, it seems. Eventually, all of it
Push a motherfucker.
subsides. It's back to the normal Sebastian look, as I also was in a very painful memory. However, this time, I utilized all my current abilities to change the outcome. I was betrayed, and the man who betrayed me, I put him in a position where he could do nothing about it. I beat him completely. That was my trial.
Is the actual guy still alive?
I believe so.
Well, I mean, if you know where he is, we could always go fuck him up if you want.
I have no knowledge of where he is.
Well, in that case, the better question is, do you wish to go looking for him?
I'm unsure.
When he betrayed you, you just allies, or were you like, friends?
Allies. It's nothing personal. I would have done the exact same thing to him if he was in my position. He betrayed me because I was better. Me being better meant his death.
Pardon my curiosity, but what kind of place did you grow up in? I've heard of survival of the fittest among families, but that seems a bit extreme.
Yeah, Fitbit has the most, like, hurt puppy, like, twisted head. Like, what?
His breathing starts to increase in rate. He looks like a cornered animal, but with just that stone cold expression.
You have nothing to fear from us. The monsters here are more of a threat.
Well, I am a pretty big threat.
Pretty big idiot. He's having a moment.
I fear what you would do with the information.
But what do you mean what we would do with it?
By telling you I give you a large amount of power over myself. Power that you can use to exploit and blackmail me, get me to do what you want.
Well, if I want you to do what I want, I just ask you. And then, you normally say no, but...
It's different. That's what you're supposed to do.
No.
I'll be...
When you work with people, you make tight bonds. And that way, everybody looks out for everyone else. And they all use what they're good at to help out the whole. You're there because you want to be. Otherwise, you leave. You go somewhere else.
Alexi kind of scratches the back of his head. Hey, looks over to you. Do you remember the dishonorable man that I fought?
Yes.
He tried to exploit our friend here, yes?
A smart thing to do.
I disagree wholeheartedly. If you're not able to show your strength while facing somebody up front, then are you even really strong?
You're strong in a different area. He was weak because he did not analyze you beforehand and figure out what would have worked as a deal.
He just kind of furrows his brow. Confused. He's like,
You've lived in Goldar too long to not know honor. Admittedly, he's from Hoffman, so it's probably different. Like, shoves the hand over.
yes, it's much stronger. We're more northern after all. But one thing you don't have to worry about Frostkillier doing is using cheap tactics against you. That's not the Frostkillier way. And from what I can tell from your many friends here, that's, well, you don't talk very much. He kind of pats on Anastasia on the shoulder. But they don't seem to use that either.
In my family and for myself, I've seen blackmail. Never used it. I have no desire to. I understand the point of manipulating an opponent, but it's never been me. I see no point in it. I'd much rather face something head on.
And we're not enemies. So that's the best
Yeah.
part. There's no reason to blackmail you because you don't do that to friends.
As you're all saying this individually, Sebastian is making unbreaking eye contact, just using every bit of his skill to read all of you and determine if you're lying.
You see honesty in Anastasia's eyes.
Are you saying you want me to roll a persuasion check?
Oh no.
No, you could say if you're not lying.
The face character.
I mean, Sebastian's just, I have a lot of points and stuff to read people.
Fair.
Benwood doesn't lie about important shit. Every single word is sincere to the point he actually seems to not be grasping the full side of your stuff. Just
All
doesn't
right.
register
If
it.
anyone is lying about this, type it to me, DM me.
I'm just kidding.
Hold on, I need to send something to Cameron really quick.
Just give me a quick second, guys.
And Sebastian, go ahead and make an insight roll.
All right. I didn't have my dice out for this. I didn't expect to roll this session.
Which is fair given how our session went.
Very fair.
I mean, don't get me wrong, it was fascinating to listen to. All y'all had some very good bits, which we'll totally get into after the game. That is a good roll. $158.
It's a pretty good insight roll.
Sorry, 1 second. I was reading something. I'm not kidding.
Instant panic.
Okay. So what was the roll again? Sorry?
158.
158. Type that in the chat, please.
I did.
Oh, you did. Never mind. My other roll 20 was
Yes.
not up to date. Okay. So, looking over everyone, reading them as intensely as you can. Alexi seems wholly, honestly truthful about everything he says. Anastasia is somewhat harder to read. He seems to have a lot on his mind, but he does seem to be telling the truth.
They keep their helmet on all the time. I can't read their micro expressions when they're lying.
No, he took his helmet off. His helmet's off right
Your
now.
helmet's always on for him, so we can't.
It normally is, that's fair. And Finwith.
Finwith, he's the most suspicious of.
He's a manipulative mastermind.
Couldn't lie to save his life. And he looks like he's about ready to give you the biggest hug of your life right now.
It's okay. He's not getting any closer. In fact, if you look, he's actually like has his fingers hooked into his own clothes where he's sitting.
His breathing stabilizes just a little bit. I grew up in a laboratory in Gabriel.
Wait, like the stuff that Claude talked about?
Somewhat.
Okay.
I was assigned a number, and from as early as I can remember, my education revolved around battle plans and tactics. That's all I learned. I was given maps, historical battles, fictional battles, assignments to make the other side win, make the winning side more effective. That was my education. In between that, me and the other children would participate in scenarios, many times deadly scenarios that could cost us our lives. Mission performance was graded and calculated. The lowest performing member at the end of each scenario would be taken away and killed. This went on for years. Eventually, me and another tactician, make sure I get the number right, 091, we found out the criteria for the rankings and how to exploit it. Using that information, on one mission, he broke off a group of others and ambushed me and my team to tank our scores, but primarily mine, as my high performance made it impossible for him to leave the experiment alive. He succeeded. I lived. But I found myself in a position where there was no possible way I could survive unless I escaped. And so I did. It took a lot out of me, but I escaped. I lived through that mission. That was my trial. And like I said, I took no pleasure in winning that scenario. I simply used all the information and won. I completed the mission. It wasn't a personal thing he did. I would have done the exact same thing if I was in his position. It's what you had to do down there if you wanted to live.
Well, you're up here now. No one can make you live like that. And your name's not Numbers.
No one can make you. Not with us around.
Alexei looks hesitant because he wants to like pat you on the back and tell you it's like okay, but he's also, like,
If Fippet could melt across the floor closer to you, he would be.
You see two very burly men vibrating next to you.
With barely restrained affection. They want to comfort so
They're
bad.
about to explode with love.
Actually, Anastasia tests his shadow to see if lightly touching him with a shadow actually affects Sebastian, if Sebastian can feel it.
Yeah, do I feel it?
You lightly touch him with your shadow. Is what I'm getting right.
Yeah, he's just seeing if lightly touching him with a shadow actually does anything.
Okay. With no pure intent to do harm or anything, I guess roll a notice check first.
Me?
Yes.
Alright. Maximum notice. Well, not maximum, but I have to be on my toes. These two fucking dudes next to me might just run up and down. Gotta keep my head on a fucking swivel. I got a 179. Just one under.
That's a pretty good roll.
That's a pretty good roll. I believe for your shadow, what's the DC?
Let me double check.
I think it's a 120.
That's okay. Fenwith would never, without permission.
Alexei.
Because if you flinch away from him again, he might actually take psychic enough damage to die.
It is a 140 to notice.
Okay. So, you see a shadow-like pseudopod, or a shadowy pseudopod, like coming out of Anastasia's shadow, about to like touch your leg.
He moves his leg out of the way.
Forgive me, but I'm curious. Can you feel shadows?
Normally, no. When it comes to shadows, you are a large exception, and that's something I don't want to test.
I have no intention of harming you. Besides, with this, you'd probably want to know if I appear suddenly behind you. Not to harm you, to guard you.
My fear of touch does not stem from thinking everyone's about to kill me. Whenever it happens, I just get extremely scared and I'm not sure why. That's all it is. It's a phobia. There's no logic to it.
Fenwith looks pained.
Fair enough, and he withdraws his shadow. My apologies for making you scared.
Alexei's like stroking his beard, and then he looks at Sebastian. He's like, "Would it be okay to clink swords in solidarity?"
If you require some sort of physical feedback, then sure.
He doesn't even hold it though.
He just pulls it.
Of course he doesn't.
He just pulls the sword out, like
Yeah.
offers it.
Mentally draws his own sword.
Hey, no, your sword looks a lot cooler. Just immediately like grabs and like pulls over to like see his regular sword on his back and this new fancy one. Why is it different? Oh no, it's a different one.
There's
Oh,
a
yeah.
clang as the swords bounce against each other.
I can only hope
that's-
that helps. It's I found this kind of like the ring, and what appears to be that broken axe?
It's yeah, roughly. Not really an axe, but like yeah, it's fine. And then your weird box. It's like that machine stuff Claude had.
It's exactly.
Except that one was a lot bigger and angry.
Hey, Alexia like raises a hand.
Yeah.
Just a couple of things that I need to know. What is a laboratory? What do you mean by machine?
Oh, actually, Fumith can tell you the story of the machine.
Oh yeah. So we ran into this really weird guy.
And that's where we end it for this session.
Absolute freak. It's all about that.
So let's go ahead and do some experience, shall we? Before we talk about the session, which I know so many people are hyped to do so. I did not see any of the Discord messages until we were done. And my
so
God,
you got my word ball.
Yes.
Oh, it was so funny. I missed like the last section of it with like the grandma's cookies and shit, and I just started laughing.
I was having a good time. Alex and I were just like both just constantly looking at it.
But so interpretation, man, you guys knocked it out of the park. Give you guys 25 or 30 experience for your
Good fucking
interpretation.
session,
Yes.
guys.
You know, it's so intimidating for other people to be around us because we're just so fucking good at like everything we do. Except Alex at saying anything smart.
Time spent, 3 experience points. Forget about that, Anastasia. Difficult actions, none particularly. Good ideas, none particularly. Did we do segment closure for the tournament? I don't recall doing so.
Don't remember.
No,
I
because
don't
I think you
remember.
even said no segment closure because we're not done here yet.
I know I said that multiple times. I don't remember if I did it like
Yeah.
after the Cerebus fight or not. If someone wants to go back 2 episodes and look at the very end part of
One
it.
sec, I have your channel open already.
Jeez, don't sound too hurt about it.
It's the VOD that I forgot to upload should be up.
Regardless of the answer, tell him we haven't done segment closure. I want more XPs.
I can't have you guys leveling too fast, otherwise we just get a scenario where you guys beat the boss again handily because you guys are kind of over-leveled by the end.
Yeah, we turned into fucking gods. Also, Nemesis is fucked up.
It's pretty fucked up.
That sword of yours, Kara was like, wait, I'm sorry, it does what? In the middle of the boss fight, like, fuck.
I was like, I asked you about it. You read it, right? Yeah. It's a really
It's all right.
cool ass. Well, it's actually not a sword. It was a lance,
Yeah,
but it's really cool.
it's fine. The orb won in the end anyway.
True.
And depression. I feel so bad for Arneas, wherever he is after. Oof. Got a really sick arm now, though.
It's true.
Spent a lot of money on that fucker.
I mean, the sword arm was really cool. It was just intensely bad for people
You
around
guys
you.
created the perfect circumstance for it to go terribly wrong.
Yeah. Not my fault. I blame it all on Devin's death wish. Cruel bastard.
Should be easy to find. I do the experience like the same way every time.
That's the issue, though. We ended this one a bit earlier than normal, and it's a lot of us talking and gushing. So I am skimming.
It should be
through to find
before the
bits where you're
gushing, because I'm pretty
Yeah,
good about doing experience like right away.
that's true. And because it's that much, there's like a small, like almost 30-second window I need to find in a good like 20-minute chunk. So
Get it, Ripley. Get it. She is tearing into that shit.
yeah, it's the only thing she claws. She really goes into it.
Girl.
Well, that and your shirts, am I right?
Sadly, because
I did find it
She was
extremely.
selling for her to tear up instead.
I find it extremely hilarious how I'm watching. I can't remember if it was Finwith or Alexi, but I'm looking at Alex in the camera and I see Ripley just following his head, trying to block him.
basically.
Me and Suzanne also got a chuckle when Ripley like crawled into your arms and fell asleep.
Yeah. Yep.
Yeah.
Or chest, I
Fucking
guess.
demon, man. I found the pity award. I can
But
work
like
with
some
this.
of the effects that they can have impossible speed. You could have a quick silver Lawbringer weapon that just reduces or increases the
Almost
initiative
there.
bonus by plus.
Fucking hell, YouTube, load quicker.
Shit.
No, buffer
You should try
forever.
turning into an abomination in the eyes of all gods.
Nah, I'll stick to I love how Acer is just tired for us in the background.
You think
Well,
I can't
I mean,
do it?
to be fair, this is literally all he does all day. Acer is a pro at sleeping and then hearing his
fucking
name
shine.
once and jolting awake, I guess.
Yeah,
Come here.
and he
Hey.
does.
You know, if his tail wasn't
That's
like showing, I would have thought he was a
That
pillow.
one shot he did.
It's because he's fat,
Did after the armor like 450 damage.
which is fine.
Something
It
like
Found
is more floof to put my face in.
No segment closure.
Okay. I was
Hey.
looking too because you were taking too long, but you found it first.
I know. It was a lot of footage.
So you guys go ahead and get 30 more experience points for finishing the
Christ.
tournament arc.
Hell yeah.
Nice.
A lot happened. It was a very, very impactful story moment. So beyond that, no combat awards because no combat was done this session, or at least none that was award worthy. And no utility, no face award, nothing. There were no challenges this time besides the ones that you faced each your own. So, in lieu of other player awards, I'm going to give each player, including Sebastian, a player award. Good job beating your trials.
And we finally got that sweet ass Sebastian lore. Hell yeah.
Indeed. Which I'll go ahead and give Sebastian another player award for character progression.
And you're killing me. You gotta buy off that phobia. Finwith wants a hug so bad. You need to be comforted.
So, I don't think there was anything pitiable about this session.
For Sebastian having to wait the entire session
You
for us
know
to
what,
get our
that's
asses out of the room.
Yeah.
Sebastian, like, just having to sit there and not have your own moments. I know you enjoyed the time listening, but still, it's no fun to not do anything.
It's still a thing. I'm happy that we got to make up for it in the end. Like I got to speak my moment, guys.
I also
But-
sent you some messages during the game to keep you entertained. Admittedly,
Yeah.
they were horrible ones to hurt you.
Like a few of them I hated, one of them I appreciated. Just bringing up fucking warrior cats to me constantly. I want to forget that exists.
Alex fucking can't stand it.
So,
But I
any
did
player nominations and/or kudos?
We'll let Alex take the mic on this one.
Man,
Yeah, you were the audience, the captive audience the
was.
whole time.
Mm-hmm.
Praise us.
there was a lot of really powerful moments for this. I think in all of my favorite bits were that lead up to finishing your challenge. Like the discovery of all of your items was really fun and just like fascinating to listen to. The conversation with Finwith's father leading up to actually fighting and finding the what's the word for it? It's such a simple thing. Just forgot it. Okay.
Pathfinder's walking
Yes,
stick.
that's it. Thank you. Traveling through the snow, fighting, freezing to death to find a weapon to fight back, and then the conversation with Anastasier's extremely well fleshed out family, like leading to getting that ring. All three of it had a lot of amazing bits, and I'm glad that they got fleshed out, and some really interesting roleplay bits happened. It was very fun to listen to.
I agree. As a second round of applause for all the ones who did go through their trials this time around, everyone but Sebastian. Go ahead and take a play forward. Y'all did really well. I was getting scared there for Anastasia.
I was too.
I was like, oh no, how many chances does Anastasia have left? And then the sky was black, and I was like, oh god, it's the final one.
Devin and I were talking about you behind your back, going, oh god, oh god. What do you think happens if you jump into the black? Do you just fucking die? Or do you reset?
Well,
Probably reset.
y'all found out. Y'all found out.
Yeah, no, we were
Go for it.
saying that before you, like, even hinted that you were gonna walk into it, and then it was like, oh shit, here it comes, we're about to find out. Bloop.
So, I'll tell you about the challenge. There's normally 5 chances. Anastasia in the last one pretty much ran away from the challenge in a sense. Didn't want to deal with family. Just wanted to get stronger, but you didn't do anything to do so. In fact, you did the thing you did before already. Noah wasn't looking for you to do something you've already done. So, that double counted as 2 failures, which put you at the very last challenge at the end.
Yeah.
But, if you fail all 5 times, you can possibly still make it out of the challenge. You just have to try to do everything blind. You don't hear anything, you don't see anything. You just have to, well, one, you wouldn't even know to do so. You'd just be in a void-like abyss without the ability to touch, feel, hear, or see. Or smell. And if you desperately tried, eventually one might make their way out of the trial. But it is highly unlikely. You're far more likely to be consigned to the abyss forever.
Give me Kitwana back. He is not consigned to the abyss.
He's got 4 hours left. We'll have to see. Any other kudos or nominations?
Oh god, that heartfelt speech at the end. I mean, I was not expecting it. I could hear the emotions coming to Sebastian's voice. It was
Yeah.
I agree. Good kudo. It sounded pretty intense. Not gonna lie. I really commend you guys for putting your all into this.
Glad I could tell it.
You did good as emotionless Sebastian breaking into, oh, baby definitely has emotions. Look at him go. Please, God, let me hold him. No, I won't do it. Self-restraint.
Kudos to Fema for being able to actually restrain himself for that entire conversation. It was a struggle.
That's something I was thinking about. Like, I don't know. I was thinking like of because last night I was just like trying to sleep. I was like, oh man, what's Sebastian's response? And people try to start asking him like, what was your trial like, buddy? And then I started realizing, like, kind of thinking through it, like, man, it must be very hard to comfort somebody like you care about without touching them. Doesn't sound like easy. Like, always have like the supportive hand on their back or shoulder for the most part. Like,
Literally every the start comparison to literally every scene of Finwith interacting with people in his trials was just like being touchy-feely. It's just how you do.
Yeah, And
Just didn't go.
unfortunately, in that particular moment, man, that sucks, man. Didn't really seem like it would sell the point, you know?
That's rough, buddy. I just, yeah, that sucks. Sword clink?
Sort of clink of solidarity. I shouldn't have used the word solidarity, but it's fine.
Got the point across.
Yeah.
And kudos to Devin for egging on everybody into talking about the trials and breaking everything with Alexi going, fuck yeah, I did it, great fight, awesome time. I mean, like, what actually happened kind of sucks, but, like, we're fine, we got this. Hey, guys.
I do want to give Devin an award. You did exactly what you needed to do on that third round without any prompting to do so.
I thought that might be the case.
It was impressive. Also, you're super predictable because I knew that was exactly the thing you were going to pull out of the fucking snow.
It made sense for his character. He's not
Yeah,
like...
big sword hit thing.
Yeah. Sorry.
Any other nominations and or kudos? All right.
Oh.
Well, what were you going to say?
I was gonna say the Anastasia fuck you like put me in a panic originally, because originally me and Bill were like, oh god, what if the abyss kills you? Oh god, oh no, please, don't do it.
It was
went over.
surprisingly intense watching Suzanne sit there and think about what was going to happen.
Yeah.
As a player, I didn't want to throw him into the void, but I'm sitting there like, he would do it. He's that stupid.
Characters are gonna do what characters are gonna do. It's up to the DM to balance out, alright, do I murder the shit out of you? Do I hand wave it and give you another chance? Or do I reward you for having the balls to step into the fucking void? This time you just got away with it.
To be
The next
fair,
time Noah dunks you in the trash.
to be fair, at the same time there was the Cameron doesn't usually just murk people for making a bad decision,
But it is Anima.
but it is Anima, and death is a consequence that can happen.
We wouldn't play it if it wasn't.
I am both not afraid and totally afraid of killing your characters.
Yes. Yes, you are.
And the only one who currently has a get out of jail free card is Alex, and we don't know which of his characters that works for. You only get the one.
Better
You know
pick
what?
your character.
Technically, Arthur's already come back from the dead, so I guess it's only Sebastian.
Oh no, I used it at character creation. No, wait, Cameron.
You got heroic character creation. Game over.
This was a trap.
Gamed! I'm like a genie. Granted. Your character didn't die in character creation. Congratulations. So how did you guys all like your trials?
I liked Anastasia's. It really forced him to actually walk through all of that all over again, instead of what he's gotten used to on the road.
I love your.
I also love just the glimpse of the family whatsoever.
What were you saying, Val?
I love your big brother.
Same.
He's such an ass.
God.
But like the most inoffensive type of ass. You can't even take it seriously.
Your twin can fuck right the hell off, though.
He's going through his character arc. He can't help it. Like, Anastasia is literally a main character. Come on.
Main character, yeah, but brother did say he's the protagonist. He's got the look.
Okay, you can be your brother's antagonist. Go kick his shins in when he wakes up.
Hello, brother. Little do you know, you thought you were freeing me, but you were sealing your doom. Just over
In fact, it's
dramatic
just
and
like-
theatrical.
It's actually just that Vine thing where like he's asleep in the torpor and he just has like a handful of whipped cream and you like tickle his nose, like splat, and you're like, I'm the head of the house. You will never recover from this dishonor.
If we had a fan base, I guarantee that would be an animatic.
be so great.
I love your stupid soap opera family. I'm gonna like it a lot less when it's Doc dealing with anybody who does wake up.
Fair.
Since we're
As long as you
Head
don't
over
harm the
the-
Rosencrantz, you should be fine.
no, we're in fact working with one. Just the
Yeah,
younger.
you should be fine. It's the Emerald you should watch out for.
If two Rosencrantz are fighting each other, which do the Sabron help?
We go, well, I don't know. If your brother's the head of the household, then we're like, hey, dude, remember that whole, like, make friends with humans? No. What? No, but honestly, it was a fucking dreamscape. Right. God damn it. You know what?
Oh, Veilzana died.
What?
Oh, we're back.
Oh, okay, we're back.
You
We died
guys
for a
there.
second.
Oh, okay. I was saying, oh no, I've been thrown off my groove entirely. Oh, right. Trying to get your older brother and be like, hey, come help out the younger. He's chill with humans and all. And you said the whole, like, make friends with humans. Wait, that was a dreamscape. You don't remember that, do you? Well, it's fine. He's the head of the house now. Proof? He's got the ring. Your brother's like, huh. He does have the ring. Your dad's steaming.
Yeah, we shall see. Hopefully
It
that
worked out
doesn't come up.
fine. What's
Yeah,
that shit
obviously
happen
not.
with soap opera vampires and
Yeah,
moth.
not gonna have any consequences whatsoever.
Oh, none. And if they start shit, just go wake up Grandpappy. Not that Sebastian, other Sebastian.
Oh no.
Special just coming in. I am your grandfather.
So this is who Black Sun stole me from. Okay.
I'm
They had
actually
the
a
balls
Vitella.
to go into the fucking moth and steal a Vitella kid.
The kid's founder of a house. Yeah, sure.
So, how
Sorry, we got
about
off track.
Finwith and Alexi? How did you guys enjoy your trials?
The realization sucked. Because Alexi, as much as he's like strong on his own and he does believe it, he does prefer to fight with like a squad around him. It's just always the way that he's always fought. And so the realization that the only way to probably save all of their lives, and also I guess it was kind of mixed bag, because there was like the sorrow that he had to like leave them to the side to go and face this trial on his own, but there was also like the brightness to it of like kind of a reminder of what his goal is and what he wants to achieve. So overall, I enjoyed it.
Finwitz is something that will take kind of longer to actually come to any functional fruition. He's, for all the adaptations, the name of his game, he himself doesn't change that much. So for him, it kind of forces it quicker. So like going through the motions and making the decision to do it is pretty much the limit. It'll take more work than that to actually make any bigger changes on him. So that's cool and all, but Finwit doesn't do rushed development well.
Fair.
Well, I mean, it's more of how did you enjoy the actual trial itself? Do you felt like it was meaningful?
Yeah, no, I think it gets that fine. And Also, I like to imagine giant werebear Finwith just carving through an entire fucking army, while an avalanche is blasted from the top of a mountain, careening incredibly quickly towards his back, not even fucking caring about it. A whole ass dragon gradually, like, crashing down into it as well. Fuck that. Tearing through bitches. And then crushed to death beneath an avalanche, but that's less badass. Climbing out of the snow afterwards, after definitely having died from the sheer amount of injuries I sustained. But it's fine, it's the dreamscape, it doesn't count. Extra badass. So, I had fun with it.
Do you feel that each of your trials were meaningful to your character's developments? And what is your takeaway from your character's trials?
I'd say the trial was very meaningful for Anastasia. It's definitely realigned some of his goals. Because ultimately he just ran from his family. And actually talking with his brother about it made him realize that maybe he had a lot more to learn.
The meaningfulness of his trial is something Sebastian is either not fully like consciously aware of, or it's something he's pushing down very far. I don't know which, but what it has done is it has been impacting him kind of subconsciously, as he lived through and won the event that kind of shaped him into the person he is today, and actually winning it. And for someone who values strength above all else, it had an impact on him. Like, at least currently, he looked back at that moment kind of hating himself for being weak, and in his mind stupid for not seeing that. Now he won, and he finds his thought process is changing a little bit, and it's terrifying.
With Alexei, I do think it was very important to his character development. The particular takeaway, along with the sword, and then the memory of like those warriors he had fought aside when he was a young, little red-faced Frostcollier of like level 1 or 2, was something that definitely cemented in him wanting to be the best Frostcollier he could be, to honor the veterans he had fought alongside. But it also showed him how far along he has come since that day. And just kind of cements even more so of achieving that goal, and then having the sword of the first Frostcollier given to him. It just cements it even more of he could definitely achieve this goal, and he will strive to do so.
They're all important, regardless of the takeaways. Having to face a important changing moment is going to leave some type of echoing reaction. Negative, positive, or a mix of the two. You don't get to relive stuff again and walk away as if it never happened. The different perspective alone on it, the refresher of memories, but the changing it or not even like the new items gained, but the takeaway. Trying to find the words. I literally was just thinking about it to prepare what I was going to say, and then I got too far ahead of my own script. For Fenwith, a lot of things are defined by what happened and how it left him. But it's not just that as to why he is where he is. It's a lot of him, too. And you can't expect to be in a good place with other people if you're not in a good place with yourself. You can't carry all that around and be scared of it forever, or else you don't get any growth, and you can't. You kind of got to take care of number one to be able to take care of everybody else. So, while he's busy lying to himself about it, he's fine, he's happy and chill, everything's okay. It's not, and anyone who knows to look for it can see the cracks. Something he needs to deal with before he cracks under pressure further. Can't build anything if you don't have a good foundation. And since all Fenwith wants is a place to call home again, foundation is rather important. And also, he's not actually as stupid as he goes on about. It's just a different lifestyle. They'll just follow along.
Well, sounds like a lot of you had some good character growth for the session. Some interesting things to think about. Interesting glimpses into each character's backstory. And now we gotta think about where you guys are gonna be going next. What you're gonna be doing next.
Guys, we came here just to punch stuff. I didn't expect feelings. Can we go somewhere and punch stuff?
Wasn't there large animals?
Yes, let's just go to the Ymir and nothing extra happen. We just fight some cool monsters.
Yeah.
No extra, no sads, no trauma, no guides, no crazy spirits. Let's just have a good time. Alexi, you want to go hunting? That's what you guys do. Let's go hunting.
Oh, we can't forget about all of those guys who are getting all set up.
No, we don't need to go straight up to the beach.
I'm excited to see what you guys do. Kind of sorry that Lauren Teve stole the show for Anastasia's trial.
I'm not surprised.
he
He's a
did it.
charismatic character.
Well, he's charismatic, but at the same time, seeing Suzanne struggle to keep a straight face and react flatly to him as Anastasia is doing that too. There's no way he's not somewhere inside just going, "Oh, you clever bastard, stop talking good. I'm trying to make a point and be an edgy
Understand
teenager."
my pain. What I have to go through.
That is pretty much Anastasia's head. You've actually noticed moments in your journeys where you'll crack some jokes and he tries not to laugh, so you see a slight smirk.
Except he always wears the helmet, so we don't.
Usually.
But it's less now, because now that we're traveling, we know that you're a freak of nature.
Yeah.
And we're all freaks of nature, so really.
Now the helmet's just more sun protection than anything else.
That dude's a test tube baby. Come on.
I hope you all like your artifacts. I feel they will each help deliver you to your character's goals in some form or fashion.
Yeah, Sebastian's gonna abuse the fuck out of this as soon as Finwith explains what it does.
Oh yeah, of course. He's gonna
So you
abuse the
can
fuck
just-
out of all your shit.
So you can just drag super fancy information out of nowhere sometimes now. Yeah, but I don't remember it when it's done. I can
Just-
use this.
Just makes me wonder though, how is he gonna fly now that he doesn't have that stick up his ass to help him float? I'm just kidding.
It's alright, I'll turn into the Cogsbeard and just like a popsicle stick and carry him around like a torch.
Jesus.
You can pick up a tree, right?
I can't wait to see Sebastian freak out when the one time his shield fails and my character just shows up behind him.
I mean, in that moment, it's like, if you're not touching him and you're behind him, if he's startled, he's not gonna show it. Like,
He
Sure,
put
it
a
doesn't
lot
mean
of
he's
points
not gonna
into it.
instantly, mind blast, boom,
he's
send
not
him
gonna.
flying.
He knows you wouldn't attack him, but it's just if you just appear like surprise, like hug from behind, like oh god, you're being fucking repulsed immediately, like
No, that's more fun. But that's not Anastasia.
Yeah, and now you know that we're not all lying to you.
good.
Or at least you hope.
You should see what I
A few
sent
less
Cameron.
things.
Yeah.
God, a few less things to focus on, but there's still little bits there.
By the way, how did Finwith and Alexi enjoy choosing your items in a sense that you got from the dream? I mean, Anastasia didn't have a choice, and Sebastian was handed his, so.
I enjoyed it. All memes aside about like, oh man, guys, should I get the summoning orb or the, which, complete jokes. Allowed me to pick something very fitting. It's very fitting that he would go for the Frost Collier, or he would obtain the Frost Collier weapon with, especially with the goal he has in mind. So I enjoyed it. I enjoyed it a lot.
I like making weird items and stuff, but I'm way too ADHD for you to drop me into the middle of making one because my brain immediately splits into 20 different things and is like, wait, well, which one? These could all be cool to describe, and then I can't sit here and make everybody wait. So, heads ups would be nice for cool things, or taking stuff that had been mentioned before, maybe, or just making your own would have been absolutely fine because you're a good ass DM and you come up with really cool shit. So I like being able to make my own, but I do not like being put on the spot for it.
Okay, that's good to know.
My mental image is too much to just put into words without any like heads up. So then I just fluster and then I get really frustrated because it sounds different or is taken differently or sounds less cool than like whatever I had in my mind.
Okay, something to keep in mind. It's hard because how can I surprise you with awesome items, without doing it on the fly? And it's even harder because I don't know exactly what you're thinking for your characters, especially when character growth happens within the session to like what you might want one session will be different than the next session, but it's good to know, and I might find a workaround for it.
I think asking more like pointed questions about things that you want, so you know in advance like where your character is, for example, like a couple little questions to kind of get that mindset for you to then work with might work better. I mean, it wasn't going to be a surprise for the three of us because he walked away with an item, so we were also, of course, going to get something.
Well, right, but he was just handed an item while you guys, like, you got something from your father.
Yeah.
Devin picked up an item from the first Frost Collier. Anastasia got the family house ring, so, like, each item was very different and had different connotations to it. Again, it's something that I'll think about for future reference. I'm not gonna be like, all right, artifact grab bag. What do you pick out of the bag? You know, for every major
Yeah, no.
event that's gonna happen. I liked your item personally, and I like what your item does, because it's an item that gives your group something it very desperately needs, which is
A singular brain
knowledge.
cell. Yeah.
No, we can actually say, "Can I borrow the brain cell?" and like physically pass something to each other.
Well, the only
Truly.
Finwith could use it, but it's more like, hey, Finwith, do the like eyes roll back in your head speak thing. You're not gonna draw a mustache on my face this time when I do it, right? I will notice when I'll forget other stuff, but I won't forget that because there will be evidence. You know that, right?
By the way, your item actually uses the effect of the knowledge spell in the book. So
Neat.
and it's why I asked is because I was trying to figure out what I wanted the object to do, because again, I didn't know what Finwith took away from his father's conversation. Like, Alexi is easy, he just needs to fight his foe, so it's like armor or weapon, I'll give you something cool that matches it. I already had an idea, I already knew generally what Devin was gonna pick, but like Finwith had a very his trial, I think, is going to have a much deeper impact over the course of sessions to come.
I wonder why that could be. What could possibly come back up?
And I'm very curious to see what route Finwith kind of takes from it. And so it was kind of just more of like me probing to see what Finwith was taking from it and everything. So again, I understand the problem.
Yeah, it would help if I had not forgotten the word burl to describe the twist inward that I was trying to get across, because it's basically like if roots all had the grain pattern of a burl is like the image I was trying to get across. But I forgot
I had a pretty good
the
image
word
in my
for
mind.
a burl.
Yeah, what you were going for. So
Yeah.
I think it was pretty good personally. But again, that's still good information, you know, so take that into consideration for future reference. But I hope you guys enjoy your items. They all have a range of powers, but I've designed them, even if I did it on the fly, I designed them in a way where I feel like your character is going to get a lot of use out of it, and it's going to be helpful for your character goals. So, because honestly, it's really easy to just get a really powerful like weapon and then forget about like how awesome that weapon is over time, because you just get so used to having it around all the time that you don't really think about like the use it gives to your character.
So then we implement fortitude and have them break.
Yes, because that is the
No,
best
no
system
fortitude.
ever invented.
I hate that
It
idea.
is the worst system ever invented.
Yes.
I'm excited to see Anastasia use that ring.
That's gonna be very cool, but I swear to God, if you eat a really cool hit for Finwith, he's gonna punch you. No, I have to know how much it hurts when it bites you, so that I can bite people that hard.
That's gonna depend on if your last legs or not. He doesn't want you down for the count.
Yeah, just like Finwith, you are going to die. You don't know that, and now we'll never know. Like, I won't know how much that hurts when it bites you. Huff puffs.
Yeah, the Vatella are super interesting too. Once you guys,
God, they're a bunch of dramatic edgelords.
they really are though. There are people that just
Puppet coffin.
think way too much of themselves, but then they have the ability to like bring it to the table. So it's, what do you do?
Oh, what do? I put a UV lamp on them and watch them incinerate. They start curling up on the floor. I'm melting.
Would have thought a drop of sunlight would ever land on me.
It's also like it's hard not to make them interesting characters, because Vatella just innately get a bonus to their power. So they have, if anything, just a step more charisma more than your average person does. Just innately.
I'm amused though that like your brother's swapping violently between like you think like a human and oh god, you're such a Vatala. He literally just says whatever makes him look better at the moment.
Well, of course, appearance is the thing that he focuses on. Among other
Pretty
things.
boy privilege. Disgusting.
Well, for Vitella, the scenario is really hard because Anastasia is like, I want to make something of my life, but his brother's sitting there like, and then what? Like, okay, you do a century of adventuring, then what do you do?
For the next, 9 for torpor.
And like the Vitella are always about like, they're always about the family in a sense because Vitella have nothing. They have so much time that in all irony they have nothing else to do but build a legacy in a family. Because even if you're like an adventurer and you go and you adventure around and you do crazy things, like you do that for like 100 years, 200 years, and then it's just like what then, you know? By their standards, you're a young adult. So it's an interesting kind of look from a different perspective from a race that lives just very differently. But anyway, that's going to be it for this session. Thank you all for coming and watching everyone suffer. I mean, grow. Their characters grow emotionally.
Totally not an evil GM whatsoever.
I gave them an item.
Yeah, I gave you guys artifacts. Shut up.
I break every bone in your body and then suffocate you to death. But I give you an artifact when you're done.
I emotionally torment you and cause you to relive past traumas.
But now, Finwith knows what it's like to die like Claude did for 3 years solid.
Yeah, but I don't think you could pull off living in the mud like Claude did for that long.
Then with
Fine. And be conscious.
then with meets Claude again. It's just like somebody's just like, I understand.
I'm so sorry. I was really insensitive about how you died. That shit sucked.
If you want to see me made fun of more by my players, please follow or subscribe. I care more about follows, honestly, though. Though we got a cool email. The schedule is on the channel if you want to know when we play and what we do. And we're going to raid a channel now. So buckle up. So show some raid pride for Bad Luck Gamer as we take a dip and, try to make me look good.
Yeah, let's get those 250 channel points. I mean, help Cameron's channel grow.
Let's see. Who do we go to? Oh, there's only one other group in tabletop right now.
Yeah.
And it's
Well,
a
they are the
rerun.
lucky chosen. Oh,
Oh.
they're not the lucky chosen ones. For shame. How dare somebody not be playing at 5:30 a.m.? Imagine that.
Yeah, how dare somebody not be playing at 2:30 a.m.
Well, Dungeons and Dragons has way more, so
Oh god, way more.
Let's see what looks good here. It has to be a channel that is relatively good size, but not too big where they won't notice. I mean, it's
Dungeons and
tabletop.
Dumbasses.
And there's no rerun there.
I like the title of this one, The Disappointment Crew.
The
Truly being
Disappointment
honest with your
Crew.
party. Like,
I honestly don't see the Disappointment Crew.
other, like, third row.
Third row.
I'm on the Dungeons and Dragons thing.
I don't see the Disappointment Crew.
Well, you can control
many
F
people
your
do they
way to
have?
victory.
4.
4 viewers. Oh, there they are. Sure. Why not? Oh crap! What was the channel's name?
I just
The
thought the title was
Baronade.
I just thought the title was funny.
Oh, Alex, you thought
It's a
without
rarity.
without
How
the
cute.
stick either.
All right, show some
Normally-
pride. Let's go.
How beautifully droll of you, Alex.